Alright, let's jump right into things. When I mean jump right into things, I have a generated villager. So let's see if we can get him. Let's go see, do we have... Let's go get a potion. See if we can get him started on the cure process. No need to waste a good villager. Alright. Perfect. Alright. Good morning, Altered Llama. How we doing? Just captured myself a generated zombie villager, so that happened. Oh, I should turn on some tunes. There we go. That should make the experience more enjoyable. Pulled weeds in the rain. Fun. It's probably a little cold. Well, let's see. Grab one of these for storage. Do that. Do that. Really? See, I'm not used to that. I'm used to cold rain. Oh yeah. So, yeah, that does seem a little odd. So, I added something to the temple grounds. We added some hay bales in a couple of the corners. I think it adds just a little bit more detail to around the temple, so we have some like in this corner. Also added this hay bale wagon, and I think it adds a Just some good variety to the wheat over here. So, thought that was a fun addition that I made. Okay, what I need. Well, I might be done with the shears. Because, go back to what I was initially doing, is today is probably a landscape day. Unless you really want to shift to something else, because have a river over here. And I want to start working on that. So I use the blue wool to kind of map out where we want their shoreline. And it gets kind of big because there's a crevice there, and there's also one right here. So trying to find a good balance of, and the thing is, might need to think about getting a conduit made, because that way working underwater would be a lot easier. Yep, apparently. And there's some clay right there. So that is where the shorelines are going to be. This is going to take a lot of work. So let's clear out our trees. Because the thing is, I kind of also want it fairly big, so we can have docks on it, maybe build a ship to go in there. Again, there's a lot of things to build. Because hopefully we can expand the river out to the coast. Maybe put a lighthouse out there. I think that would be fun. Okay. All right. Yeah. Today's plan is just a big terraform day. So, this is a time for conversation. Talk things up. I would like to see a lighthouse in IRL. Just, you know, growing up landlocked, and most places I went to the ocean didn't have lighthouses. So, I think that would be fun. All right. It'd be easier just to do this one layer at a time. And usually I like to save the blocks. I don't think that's going to happen this time. He's got so much to do. The thing is, I could probably save all this dirt for filling in holes. So maybe that's what we'll do, is we'll just dig a bit, fill in a bit, dig a bit, fill in a bit. And Minecraft day is already over. Alright. How are we on volumes, by the way? I did some volume adjustment, so I kind of need to know if the game sounds are too loud or anything. Beacon's a little far away. Need to move it way closer. Let's go do that. Oh. I need it right there on the edge. Alright. I have to go grab another iron ingot just to reset this thing. Wish the range on these was just a bit bigger, but when you're working on big projects, that range seems awfully short. Alright, let's get this beacon built up. Oh, really? Be into the dance. Probably not the minerals so much. They're pretty, but that's about as far as I go with minerals. Okay, let's go get an ingot because we need to get that thing charged up. Gonna have to get a bed and bring it over. Just so we're not working at night and fighting mobs the whole time. That's running good. Morning, Torgy. How we doing? We're doing some terraforming and talking about things. Altered Llama was telling me how the weather around our joint is surprisingly warm. Birch saplings. Okay, let's go drop off all that wool. So we have more inventory space. Oh, okay. Yep, I'll sleep out on the lawn. Over his head. Let's get you. You're a lot closer. All right. Skeleton's shooting at me. Jerk. So, Torgi, we got the blue wool. This is where we plan on having the shoreline. It goes this deep because there are some water crevices, so it's like, let's just integrate those. So that's what we're doing, is we're right now doing shoreline. Yep, big hole. But I'm okay with a big bay because, again, it's gives us a lot more options for buildings, decorations, and all that fun stuff. So today's a terraform day. One, it's going to be filling in this hole, or digging this hole, and also filling in other holes over in the valley that we don't want. So it's a terraform day, so digging the hole shouldn't be bad. It'll be, again, like the decoration. For just digging the hole, if I wasn't collecting all the stuff, this would be one stream. Like, we could have this probably done within half the stream. But since I don't like to waste my resources, filling in the holes is what's going to take a long time. Which, I could probably just grab a bunch of shulker boxes and save these. Because that is a very long and tedious endeavor, so that's probably what I'll do. Might have to be looking into getting a conduit because we'll be working in the water a lot. Yep. Yeah, the dirt at least. That's a non-renewable. Put that there for now. Well, it is renewable. It's just tedious to renew because you can turn coarse dirt into normal dirt, and you can pretty much make more dirt by turning normal dirt into coarse dirt. Yeah. Because the thing is also, is like when I'm doing the spay too, is I don't want to just leave it, you know, just an ugly stone or something. I kind of want to decorate it to make it actually look good. Get a bit more into that landscape detailing. And the stone we can trade. I apparently don't know that song. But like this is one of the holes I need to fill in. Let's go repair my shovel. At least a little bit. And the door's closed, so I'm not getting... I don't know that. Don't know Yogecast. But then I've always been bad being in the know. Alright. Yeah. For wanting to be a Minecraft YouTuber, I actually don't know a lot from that time period, to be honest. Which is my own daggone fault, but I was busy doing other things. Long jump. Back in my day. Yup. We'll do this straight wall, and then we'll eventually have to slope this. And we're only on this side of the river. All right. And the wonderful Instamine. Which is kind of irritating that the Instamine only applies to like stone. For all the other blocks like deep, slate, or anything, it's just like, oh, there's a slight improvement. Sorry, sir, your beacon needs to beacon harder. Cause like hello, little Mo. How are you? Okay. We're doing good. We're doing some terraforming. We have a river area that we're trying to get ready for some extra builds on it. So we want to build a dock and start building that part of our town. And if you want, I'm willing to go give a tour. The other guys have seen it, but they're always good to help chip in and give some context of what's going on if you want to ask them. But if you want a tour of what I've done so far, I'm okay doing that. I want all the questions. This is Java. So I do have some mods. So I use like FreeCam, Lightmatica, and some other stuff. And that's just easier on Java. I was also a long-time Minecrafter, so Java is in my blood. Okay, so this is my town. Why no armor? Oh, I have that is a resource pack. It's an invisible armor. I think it looks better with the invisible armor. So I do have armor, it's just what good is a skin if you can't see it? So this is my town. We have a bunch of foundations laid out because one of the things that I do is I can show this real quick is I have a style guide. So we have two styles of houses. We have our single story house and a double story house. And that little house tool I use to shuffle to decide which wood's going to be the wall, which wood's going to be the roof and floors. And so with that, we get a bunch of different styles. So it adds a lot of variety and stuff to houses. The other thing is while I'm building it, as I build it, it's not a straight up blueprint, it's unique. So this one, because it's got road on both sides, the door's on the long side instead of the side. This house, because it's kind of slightly submerged or underground, it's got a basement window. And so all these houses are going to be different in some little way. The There are 2 unique houses. I made it. So I'm a software developer, and I actually developed that tool. So this is something that it reads from a database on my computer, and as I fulfill one of those houses, I can submit that, and we will no longer have that repeated in the styles. So when I say all the houses will be unique, all the houses are going to be unique because of that. There will not be a repeat in this tool. One of the only woods that isn't really used is bamboo, because I compared it to the other wood styles, and it doesn't fit right. The other thing is there's 2 unique styles. This is actually Torgi's house. He requested this house. He wanted because this was a unique land slot. It's a 1.5 story house. So we have a normal house here with your little sauna. We have Torgi and not Torgi. Come down here. It's got a basement with bedrooms. I haven't opened it up to the public. It's the hard part with kind of a tool that's specific like that is kind of need to have a little bit of software understanding, because the way it's built, it's very specific for what I have, and to make it general for everyone else would be a little bit more difficult, because say you have 4 styles you want to do. Okay, how do I keep your information separate from my information? And there's a lot of stuff that I haven't developed that far, and a lot of that is because I'm not a very big streamer, so I haven't seen a lot of interest. If there was a lot of interest in a tool like that, I probably would try and find a way to make that a tool that people could use. So if there's interest, then yeah, I would very happily make that a tool, because it's very simple also. All right, you guys. I'm gonna trade up a little bit. So most of these houses too, again, they're not exterior only either. They're all of these have an interior. So this one doesn't have anyone in it, but yeah. Yep. So all these houses, they have interior. This is my starter home. So this is my house. It's got a basement. It's got kitchen, dining area, upstairs bedrooms. We have a basement which goes into a lot, storage area. And then it starts to get into ugly. We get into the undergrounds, which has a few farms. Let's see, we have our blacksmith shop. So we have a house style, and then in the backside we have our blacksmithy. So we have villagers in there. I do not have a world download.
I like your style. You make up your own rules, just like me.
Again, it's 1 second. We're gonna stop recording, start recording, because replay has a hard time with big loads. But all got to start somewhere. Yep. So I could give you the seed, because this area is pretty fun. It's a big valley area with cherry blossoms on top and a river there. Just a pretty seed. We have my library. It's currently working on getting my villagers in here. But this is a fun library where all this goes. This is a little courthouse. This is like second to third build. So pretty simple. Just add a little design. It doesn't have any functionality. The other thing about the blacksmith here is it has an iron farm underneath. And so it pumps up all the iron up into here that I'm able to trade with my villagers in there. This is Altered Llama's house, who just said hello in the chat. She requested a cleric and a Fletcher. So we have Altered Llama and not Altered Llama, because that's fun. She requested to have fish tanks in her basement. So we have some fish down here. That was a fun little adventure to go collect fish and build these fish tanks. This building is my hospital. It has a what I call normal patient wing. Oh yeah, let's keep that door shut. You're gonna run out. I need to find you a home. Got a leather worker in there. The fun part about this building is this is actually my zombie villager curing hall. It's got a dark secret. So, up here, I have a villager breeder. I can put food in here and it will kick it into that room. Yeah, so in real life, they do have fish in their basement, and it's pretty fun. So this is my villager breeder, and there's a bed directly above me that when they're a baby, they'll try to get to. They'll drop here. This will pick up the villager, and then I can move it here. I have no problem running it right now. This zombie, when I leave, will attack him. I can move him, send him through the curing process, ship him here. This cactus will drop the minecart and rotate it back up into there. So this is my kind of mini automated villager curing hall. This building is my wheat farm. Or not wheat, wool farm. So I have sheep underneath of all the different colors, and they will be collected up into these chests. And then I have villagers up here, so I can trade with them. Pretty simple build here. One of the fun designs we did is we put honey behind here, so it gives that warm window look, because otherwise the lower building wouldn't have windows. So we did a honey window look. Got that idea from Good Times with Scar, if you don't know him. I'll talk about this build in a second. The last farm we have is a honey farm here. This one did have bamboo, because while I was designing it, it just fit. So we have a honey farm underneath. I have a laze under there. So if we come down here, this is all the redstone. So it does honey bottles and honeycomb. And they got out. Great. Let's see. Can I bait you guys back down there? Perfect. So, pretty simple honey farm. This is where we keep our bees. Got a little junk area behind. But there's the honey farm. Pretty happy with that design. And then this is my biggest build. We just finished it 2 weeks ago. Like everything else, this is a fully interiored building. And this took me... I was planning this building from the start. And so, super excited about this one. Flower beds, fountain. I did wheat around the edges. I think it added to the grounds a lot. Can't see from the first layer. Got a wagon here, flower beds. And so this would be the entrance. And this building is inspired by real buildings, but I'll let you ask questions if you want to know more. So there's kind of the full tour of my world right now. Ask any questions you want. We can do a tour of this building, what it is, and why it's so special to me, because it is a special building. And yeah. So, any other questions you have? I would love to talk about it more, or we can go back to what's planned and where I plan on going with this world. Yeah, I can just keep going. So, like we saw, we have foundations. So we lay out the world as, figure out where roads are, where we want to put houses, whether it's going to be a double-story house or a single-story house. That way, when we get there, okay, it kind of all flows. So right here, we've got some foundations. I need to figure out a more permanent home for these guys. But right here is kind of soft plan to have a farmer's market. So we're kind of laying out that a little bit. I have a farm design, which I can do I have it in here? I do not have it. We can actually turn that one off. Load schematics. Where is my wheat farm? Veggie farm. There it is. Load schematic. Okay. Turn that on. So this would be the farm that would sit underneath. I do have a Discord. Blonde Moments isn't on at the time, so give me a second. I can get that link for you. It's my Discord is pretty quiet right now. Again, pretty small, but would love you have to join the Discord, and we can talk about a lot of things, like very okay. I do have some channels open for topics. Let's see. Give me a second. I gotta get that link. Oh, it's... There we go. There's the Discord. I can actually pin that for if anyone else joins in. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this would be the redstone farm that would be running underneath, and then yeah, so this would be hidden underneath, kind of like the iron farm was. A Nightbot. I'm a new software engineer, and I would say I'm pretty limited in my knowledge of how things are done. But the other, again, it's just I'm learning the field of streaming. I'm learning the field of software engineering. There's just a lot to learn. For other tools I've made, I also have a voting tool. We can run this real quick. This is homemade, so I actually learned how to talk to Twitch, which is actually pretty wild. Okay, I don't even know what a Nightbot is, really, but this is a tool I've made, and it doesn't open, so we'll run this just so if you decide to come back. Would love you to follow and just hang out. Which I did not hear your little thing go off, but got that follow. Okay, I'm just learning things. Don't vote me, because I like to play. And then when I do the start poll, you would do exclamation point vote, space, exclamation point, whichever one you want. If Torgi and Altered Llama are watching, they could do it. So you would do, I can do my own vote here. So vote 2. Those will go in, and then I'll let that run a little bit. So we usually have just 2 minutes. Figure that's a pretty good time. I can go on there. We can make it longer. We can make it shorter. You can always change your vote. So while the timer's still running, you can change your vote and it won't copy itself. So your vote will shift to a new area. I used to have it where a live update, but these guys said that it makes it a little bit better to have the votes hidden until the vote is over. Yeah, I'll let that run. Let's go repair my shovel in the background. So a lot of times, sometimes I ask what we want to do for the day, or we hit a lull, and it's like, hey, I want to shift gears. We can do something else. Let's go do something else. All right, a few seconds here, and then we should get our getting results. And I have that because there's a lull between the streamer and the viewers, so it gives a little bit more buffer for you guys to get your votes in before the voting closes. And it's colored, so vote. The red means you lost, the yellow means there's a tie, and then it's green if it's a win. Okay. A lot of the other reason why I don't have the bots is usually they, like cost, and I'm not in a position to be using those sources. So that's another reason why I don't have a lot of streamer tools, is because they cost money. And if I'm a software engineer, well, I'll make my own tools. Oh, Nightbot's free. Cool. I will definitely have to look into that then. Thank you for that lead. I appreciate it. But that's my voting tool. House-made. I have been working on other things, but ran into some hurdles that's stopping me. But yeah, keep listing these out. I'm going to take notes of those. But we can keep terraforming, or we can do something new. The light blue wool is where I plan on having the shore for this bay, where eventually I'll have a dock, maybe a ship. But yeah, we're just building a world here, all on my lonesome. Because I will say, it's like, eventually I would love to have a world like Hermitcraft, an SMP with a lot of other creatives and people I can stream with online. But gotta start somewhere. And so be on a private world and start building on my skills, right? Learn how to terraform, learn how to build, learn how to stream. But yep. So terraforming is not, I would say, not one of my strong suits. Again, like building buildings, as you saw, is probably something I like to do. And one of the unique things I probably do is when I build a building like that, I try to build it functional and livable. So if the villagers actually live there, my buildings aren't just an exterior shell, they're all interior. I would not be opposed to that. Come on. The other hard part about joining other worlds is I would have to start over, and that's hard. Because I'm a slow burn, is what I call it. I don't like to speed run, I like to take my time, and I mean, I got my netherite armor last week. You know what? We could shift this down instead of digging all the way up there. Did I break my shears? Nope, they're right there. Okay. buy new shears. We could actually shift this down here, which would save that whole problem. Huh. I did not jump. Nope, way too far. I do not have the abilities for that. I'm also really bad at parkour. There we go. So we could... Let's come start on this side, see if we can get this down to about where we want it. No, don't worry. Don't worry about giving me stuff. That's part of the fun is working on your own to get your stuff. The other thing is, I'll have the hardest part is getting to your base. Yeah, it's always a struggle to figuring out where you want to build your base. I mean, that's not the worst. That is a long ways, but it's not awful. That would put me on 3 servers, and I've been actually not been on my other server as much as I should. Because I actually have a realm that I'm playing with Torgi and Blonde Moments also. But that one's pretty new, so it's kind of that balance of I would say at this time, maybe not. I appreciate the offer, but I think at this time I kind of want to, because I also don't want to, I don't think I would put as much time into it as it would be appreciated, which would be not fair to you and the people on your realm. Because again, it's like I've also got a realm with my friends that I haven't been playing very much because most of my focus has been on this world. Because it's starting to hit the point where I'm getting equipped. I'm really worried about it. Like, I'm really enjoying where I'm at here. And starting over is a big hassle. As every Minecrafter knows. But let's see. We we were bringing this here. I think I still like the idea of going right here. All right. Okay, let's go clear out some of our inventory space. I also might be one of the unusual creators who doesn't like to waste resources, hence why I'm collecting all the dirt. Let's see, I actually can waste those. Let's drop off the wood. Throw those in there too. Yeah. And if you ever have any suggestions of like designs or thoughts of what we could do, please say so in the chat. Again, it's just... And the other thing I do tell people is, I will hear your opinion. I might not take it, but I still want to hear it. Because sometimes, even though I might not do as you ask, you will still influence, and that might change and help me give a better design and stuff. So, right now we're just terraforming, but falling in holes. But that is the chasm I want to connect to. Good. Again, it's I built Torgi and Altered Llama house. They pretty much just got altered versions of my styles, but I would like to see what you built. Go ahead and throw it up in the Discord. I'd like to see what you built. Now I am streaming, so I won't see it until I'm off because, well, my focus is this, but would love to see it. Filling up my inventory with lots of extras. And throw the apple there. All right. Getting close here, at least to water level. Let's see. Yeah, let's. If Blonde Moments is still here, you should probably share your build that you're working on too. I'd encourage everyone to share what they're building. That's why we have the Discord. Talk about what you build, what you're excited about, what your inspirations are. Alright, getting dark. Ugh. Alright. Go. Let's see. Let's do some curving here. Yeah, that should do. Let's curve that a little bit more. Let's see. We'll go with it. Not everything has perfect curves. All right. And is it pronounced Lil Mo? I'm guessing is what your handle is. You don't need my approval. You just need to be proud of what you've done. But maybe I will put it in my world. We'll have to find a spot for it. But I'll have to look at it later because we're hanging out. And that's okay. Again, we're learning each other. You're learning who I am as a streamer. I'm learning who you are as a viewer. Just need to be very clear on appropriate behaviors. And I ran out of space. Okay, we want to leave that side alone. Let's go repair our shovel with some trading. All right. See a lot more people jumping in. A hello in the chat's always welcome and approved. Yeah, let's go drop off a whole bunch of wood. That's right, party. Yep. Hello, ukulele. Appreciate the shout out. Okay, what was I doing? Repairs. All the stone. Oh, don't feel called out. Feel free to say you're lurking, but it's... Some people feel nervous when being watching. A lot of times I don't use the chat either, so don't feel pressured at all. Let's see, got our wood. Got tons and tons of oak going on here. There we go. Got some birch to drop off. And there we go. Well, that's fun. Well, again, if we need another world tour, could do one. Could show other spots. Torgi Altered Llama, if you can think of any spots I haven't shown that I probably should, we could. Or we can just keep terraforming. I'm getting to a point where we're getting close where we got almost the right level, but we can always shift. Always up for a shift. But we're just hanging out. Voting time? Maybe in a bit. Again, or we could do a vote right now and see what we want to do after terraforming. Does that sound appropriate? Because I think this will probably take us another half hour, 45 minutes. Okay, let me bring up the vote. Oh, hold on. Let's see, interact. And you guys can throw suggestions in the chat of things we could do. Tour. Could do that one. We could build a random house, right? We could do a layout for market / our farm. We could... What's some other things we could do? Or should we stick with that? How do you spell terraforming? Is that an E? I can't spell. Yeah, we'll go with that. All right, vote's open. I'm gonna keep digging. Yeah, I've got to do this one wall. I don't know, cliffside might actually look pretty fun right here. Or, here's another thing. We could shift real hard and do decked out. Show what true Minecraft madness is like. Do an exclamation point 4 if you want that one. Alright, where am I on inventory? Doing pretty good. Yeah, I expected that from you, Blonde Moments. Alright. And if ukulele's in here, this isn't follower dependent votes. Anyone can vote here. Again, don't feel obligated, but layout. Okay. Can do that. Now someone reminds me when we get there. Drop all that off. Ooh, we're getting there. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, if you're lurking, just announce that you're lurking and then I won't call you out. because if you guys don't talk, chances are I won't either, and that's not good streaming. Hello, sir. You're interrupting my digging. I'm gonna need a conduit sometime. And I said, let's adventure for that, but that's not an adventure thing. That's a fishing thing. And watching a man fish is not that entertaining. At least, I don't think so. Do have some fish people in the chat. Okay, goodness sakes. This is what happens when you stay up way too late. Get pestered. Although the phantoms haven't come out yet, so... Golly sakes. Stop it. Terrible. Oh. Skeleton just killed the spider behind me. Nice. You... Baby zombie! Yeah, we did do that. Oh, you got me. Yeah, go unload just to... Well, we'll do it back at the house. Running through the back alleys. Alright. Because I don't want to waste daylight, I'm going to unload first. Throw those in the mob box. Throw flint there, sand there. Drop. Throw you guys away. Sleep in my bed. Wake up refreshed, ready to go. Because I'm a morning person. Alright. You're gonna need to figure out what to do with those animals. I don't know where to put them. We keep pushing them out farther and farther. Alright. Back to terraforming. Because that is our current project. We haven't shifted yet. Because figuring out where the water is going to go and where our shoreline is just the first step. Because then we can look at it and then drop it and leave it alone and think about it. See, look at that. My beacon's over there and I'm already out of range. Ugh. Do I need to get another beacon? Let's not do that again. That was a bad event. Ugh. Because for those joining, I'm not professional, that's for sure. You have to be paid to be professional. I'm also not good either. My designs may be fine, but my abilities are not stellar. Let's grab that beacon. Come on, there we go. Oh, close. Come back. Grab the Instamine. Here we go. Oh, so close. Come on. There we go. Didn't realize this project would be big enough. I would need 2 beacons. All right. Here we go. All right. There we go. Woo! Really? Where are you? There you are. No trident. I've already got one, but having more would always be fun. Still need to get Riptide on my other one. Because then we can have fun jumping around. Alright. Let's get this side down to equal height. And the chat went quiet. I guess we're all just hanging out listening to me dig. Ah, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig. I'm also not musically inclined either. But we're hanging out. There's 2 boxes. Almost 3. Tell us a story. Oh. Wait a... Alright, let's see. There were 5 adventurers. Actually, there's 5 young kids. No, 4 young kids. And a housekeeper. A cook for a tavern. They aspired to leave their small town off in the grasslands. Because they were so far from society, they just got bored and just couldn't handle it anymore. They needed to go out and adventure. So while they were at the local restaurant, they heard a shepherd talking about how his sheep have been missing. He was worried that someone was stealing his sheep, and he didn't know what to do. So these young kids are like, hey, let's go check this out. Let's be adventurous. Let's go help this shepherd and be heroes like on all those stories that we hear growing up from times of old. And the cook, she had adopted these kiddos as her own. Not really, but she felt ownership over them. And she's like, hey, you guys aren't going by yourselves. I'm coming with you. Need some parental encouragement. So these adventurers went out and they did some investigating. They ran into the shepherd boy out there. And he was like, hey, who the heck are you guys? And these young teenagers are like, we're adventurers. We're coming to solve the mystery of the missing sheep. And he's like, yeah, uh-huh. Was that Maggie? Was that Maggie that was like, hey, we're coming? I don't remember exactly who was it. For anyone listening, this is the Pathfinder campaign that I'm running. Yep. It is. It is a very, very summary of the D&D campaign. Where magic didn't exist yet. But these young kids wanted to go out and be awesome, as all kids do. Some adults too. Alright, my shovel's getting low, my inventory's getting full. So, someone else had to come in and say, hey, we're actually trying to help, so if you'll let us help. They're like, alright. Well, the last time we saw a sheep, it was over the hill yonder. And so they went, and they were looking. And it was... it's been so long. I'm forgetting character names. We have Maggie, Varric, Jathor, and Willa. Willa was searching and she saw some of the sheep's blood. It's like, hey, I see blood over here. Something might have happened. Thanks, Alter Llama. And so, as she was investigating, she saw something out of the corner of her eye and was able to jump out of the way as a massive hunting spider jumped out of the ground and tried to bite her and eat her. And these young kids got adrenaline pumping through their veins and like, a giant spider, we must kill it. And Helga, the mom of the group, saw her children in danger, ran over with her giant rolling pin and thumped the thing on the head. She shook it pretty hard, but it was not happy with that. It was actually quite angry and bit Helga, and the poison entered her veins and knocked her unconscious. Jathor ran up with his daggers and tried to slay it, and they wounded it heavily, enough that it withdrew. Willa, being the impromptu medic, tried to do first aid on Helga, but the poison was too much, and Helga passed away in their arms. The mother of the group had passed away, far away from home, on their first adventure. Devastated, the young kids carried this loving mother figure back home and had to tell the townsfolk of the tragic loss of the cook of the town and the motherly figure, praising her amazing works and protections that she provided these young adults. These young adults mourned for a week, not knowing whether they should put in the towel, not knowing that how dangerous being an adventurer actually was, and seeing it firsthand so early on. But as they were hanging out in the local restaurant, a little halfling came in, boisterous as could be, pumping the atmosphere full of energy and excitement. The gleam started to enter their eyes again as this little halfling told her tales of adventuring from a town not far away, but as she wandered the road by herself to this new town that she had never been before. The young adventurers decided, you know what? We're not done yet. This sounds too much fun. Yes, there's danger, so we must exercise more caution. And with this new invigoration of adventure pumping through their veins, they heard another rumor of a hunter well known in the town being shook to his core of encountering a monster on his hunting travels. He was hunting a deer, and as the deer crested the top of a hill, it disappeared, and not in an unusual way. It didn't run over the hill, but just dropped and vanished out of sight. He investigated where the deer disappeared and found a hole into the ground. And as he looked down into that hole, with little light and sunshine shining behind him into that hole, he saw a tremendous beast like he had never seen before, dragging the deer away into the dark depths of the cave. So shook, he returned to town and started drinking his fears away. The young adventurers, unnerved by their last encounter adventuring, but just felt so inspired to investigate and figure out what's going on. What is this mysterious place and creature? that startled and shook the great hunter of our town and village. And so they invited Giddy, the halfling, full of adventure and stories and enthusiasm, to bolster their spirits as they adventured. They were able to get only minor direction from the hunter because he could discern their interest and didn't want to tell them too much, but he leaked where the direction was. So the adventurers gathered some gear, their packs, their camping gear, mess kits, and we were determined to find where this monster lays and maybe vanquish it. And so they went on their merry way, traveling along their ways, talking with Giddy, their new found storyteller, telling about all the stories and adventures she has heard. Times of when magic was real and adventurers were strong and powerful and did amazing feats. On their travels, Varric came across an astounding tree, unlike he had ever seen before. It was amazing. And of trees. Yes, of trees. For this party, these kids had grew up in the vast grasslands of, what is it? Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta pull up my map. You guys have... Oh, where'd it go? Document. And for those that are listening, it's like, what the world are you talking about? Yep. They grew up on the great grasslands of Garouche. I'm getting there. For those that don't know, the plains of Garouche are like the Great Plains of the United States, of Nebraska and Iowa, rolling plains full of grasses as far as the eye can see. And Varric had found himself a tree, an amazing tree. It was about as tall as he was. It was amazing. And, oh. Where are my notes? Summary. Steve. He named the tree Steve. Steve the tree. It was amazing. It was astounding. He had never seen such an amazing tree. With his great praises of this astounding tree, Giddy fell over, laughing. This was no tree, but a shrub. She grew up where trees were amazing, magnificent, taller than houses, taller than watchtowers. They were huge and magnificent, full of awe and wonder. Varric had a hard time believing there was no tree greater than Steve. But the next morning, they had to say their farewells to Steve. Varric, very much wishing to see Steve again on their adventures. The party, on their adventures, encountered a hill of unusual shape and size. It was a little bit steeper, but smaller than the other hills. It was strange and unusual. Knowing that there was a monster lurking in the area, they decided to wait till the next morning, when the day was fresh and anew, where light shone. Let's see. And so they they camped for the night, Giddy pulling out her stories and telling stories of monsters and demons and things that go bump in the night. All the kids laughed, but Maggie was nervous. Maggie was scared. Monsters and demons? What did we get ourselves into? These are creatures that are otherworldly. And we, young kids, want to fight these things? This is terrifying. So she had a hard time sleeping and generally kept those that are on watch company. For herself, mostly. And convinced herself it was for them too. The next morning, they went to the top of this hill and found the hole. And it opened up unusually. It wasn't a cave, but something different. So they grabbed Willa, the willing, adventurous other halfling. And they made a makeshift harness so they could lower her into this cave. And they lowered her, and it got dark and bigger. And she got close to what was found to be discovered as the floor, and found an unusual sight. Pews of a church house. Pews in a cave? Was it a cave? Or was it something else? So she called back up and they raised her up, and she shared her discovery. This is no normal cave. This is something else entirely. And so they thought and crafted a makeshift rope that they could secure to the top and climb down so they could all descend into this sunken cathedral. Wonder enraptured Giddy. These were the adventures she was seeking. This was a thing of stories. She ran to the edges, looking at all the things, the decrepit walls, dirt pouring in the windows from the sides. A cathedral sunken in a hill. This cathedral was ancient. All the books, all the wood, old and decaying, as if it had been there for hundreds of years. They ventured deeper and deeper towards the front and saw the choir stands and doors that stood on either side. But still no monster had been found. They cautiously approached and looked behind the choir stands, finding 3 doors. One to the left, one to the right, and one directly behind. Bravely, the adventurers chose the middle door, the one in the furthest to the back. They entered the door and found something truly magical. A glowing fiery feather hovering a heap of trash and refuse. Giddy was drawn like a moth to the flame, slowly inching towards this glowing feather. As soon as Varric, who was behind, being the back as a protector, entered the room, a massive roar filled the room from the side as a giant beast in the shape of a man, but the features of a cow, roared and slammed into Varric, throwing him to the opposite side of the room. Panic struck the group as this giant beast stood above them and behind them, blocking the exit. Giddy, barely fazed by this monster and completely enraptured by this glowing feather, continued to climb the refuse path. The pile of garbage. She continued to climb while the others... Willa ran to Varric's side to find him stunned and unconscious, and his heartbeat slowly, faintly beating. Jathor pulled out his daggers and stood protectively between Willa and Giddy and the monster that stood at the doorway. What were they to do? They were stuck with this monster, this beast that easily tossed one of their companions and knocked him unconscious. At the top of the pile, Giddy reached out and grabbed the feather. It erupted in flames and dissolved in her hand into ash. And a giant erupted and appeared before him. Flaming red hair, white burn-hot eyes stood before them. Hello, Lil Mo. I am depicting a summary of my D&D group. You actually came at like the very pinnacle of the story. But before the Giddy stood this giant who filled the room. Massive, intimidating, and awe-inspiring. A great shockwave emanated from him, pushing everyone back. Loudly he proclaimed, I am back. Magic has been restored to this world. And you are to be the heroes of this new age. Willa, in her panic to save Varric, who lay dying on the floor, didn't know what to do. But from this giant intimidating character, was prompted to look down to find a glowing bottle and feed it to him, which she did, and he was restored magically. He woke up, and she saw his ribs knit back together. Shock and awe filled them. They were to be the heroes of this new age. Magic had been returned. This fairy tale. What were they but just young adults? The giant announced himself. Let's see. As Kirsteel, the gene of fire. And he was calling them to help usher the world the return of magic. He then disappeared, and the feather restored from the ash that dissipated it. Giddy holding it in her hands reverently, in shock and awe at this magical artifact from a previous age. All right, I think we'll call it there for now. We'll save some more storytelling for later. And we are almost done with our terraforming. So, what'd you guys think? I left a lot of details because you guys kind of caught me off guard. That's what I was saying. Put me on the spot pretty quick there. That was the first story I could think of. Which is going to be hard, because if I make this a regular thing of telling my stories, that means my group needs to meet more often. That, or I'm just going to have to build up some more stories in the world. Or I could give the previous campaign. I could do that. I think I'll do that. If you guys are really into the storytelling, I'll try and story up my previous campaign. You think the storytelling should be a thing? You know what? I did have fun telling it. I think it should probably be a thing. Not the whole time, just... We'll just have to have like a story section. Story time with MasterBowtie. Of adventures. Well, Lil Mo, sorry you missed the storytelling. Probably gonna have to watch the VOD for that one. Yeah, builds do take up a lot of time. And now I have this floating pyramid. Ugh. All right, I heard from Altered Llama. She liked the storytelling. Anyone else? Did you guys enjoy it? For those that are just joining, it's like, okay, you're a Minecrafter who does amazing builds. You're a software developer who builds your own tools. Now you're a GM that's storytelling. What kind of crazy loon are you? I'm a very crazy loon. All right. Wah! Road. Goodness sakes. Shooting a man in the back. I'll have to call you Drendel. You guys will learn about him later. I'm gonna have to think about how to do that story now, because I like that idea. Okay. There's a salmon. What's great about doing this is we should get fish and squid that spawn normally in here because it's still part river. So the wildlife should spawn in here normally. All right. Hello, sir. You guys can't swim. That's not very smart of you. All right. Okay. Already running out of room. You take up space, you take up space. Okay. Hello, sir. Ah. Ah. No, I don't want your rotten flesh. Takes up inventory. Be gone. All right, here we go. Grab the stone. Looks like we're gonna have to go unload a bit. But it's looking good. Got a big old bay. Ah! Shooting a man in the back. Chwa! Okay. All right, how we doing? Doing good? We're almost ready to start designing our little farms here. Find our sand. There we go. There. Gravel. Andesite. Let's go sleep so our villagers wake up. Oh, there you go. They're about to wake up. Oh. Everyone just disappeared on me. Well, I can see you're still here, but you went quiet on me, which is different. Repair my tools. Oh. You guys need to work first. Are you guys ready to repair? Nope. Nope. Ah. Body, body, bah. Wow. 27 blocks already. That's crazy. Oh. Hopefully, there was no chemical spillage and hazard signs needed put up. That would be unfortunate. All right. Let's grab some pumpkins. Go trade for some more golden carrots because those are getting low. Hopefully give these guys some time to work. Goodness sakes. Okay, it sounded like I heard some people work. Did you work? Sure did. Repair my tools. Very nice. Whoop, wrong button. There we go. Drop those emeralds off. All right. We'll see you, Altered Llama. Lurk away. Did Ukulele or Little Mo still here? Well, Ukulele said he was lurking, so you don't need to respond. Little Mo, I saw you came back. Looks like the court's yours if you want to talk about something. Which could be about the story I was telling too. Again. invincible, but he can bring me down. Do, 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 do. All right. Check my inventory. Looks like we're doing okay. I'm gonna hold off a second on connecting fully so we can. It's easier to work with on dry land. All right. Well, I was gonna say that for next time because I need to refresh myself on that. Because that happened quite a few years ago. So I am planning on it, right? You guys very much, as from what I could tell, very much enjoyed the storytelling. So and also it's like I would again be okay sharing my maps and what's what. Come on, come on, come on, come on. It's gonna get not quite there. We have to fill this in. Boom. We've got all our water. And we'll call it there for now and head to our next project, which we decided was our farm. Which is more digging and layout. Or we could be moving some animals. Maybe we'll move them over to the library for now. It's the same day, so we're probably... I have those right next to each other. There we go. Oh yeah, you guys would have worked, which would have refreshed. All right. I mean, what we could do is we could take questions about the world that have made, which we've done in the past before. We're not going to trade those. We could, until we have a full chest of these materials, we're going to keep them. But I want to see how many emeralds we have now, because we're getting a ton. Lots of wood, lots of dirt, lots of stone. Lots of emeralds. Let's consolidate all our materials. I believe we put them in here. Wow, it's a lot of emeralds. Oh yeah, let's go buy some golden carrots. Perfect. And away we go. It's getting late. All right. Bam. Bam, bam. Bamdy, bamdy, bam. So, let's see. Magic has been lost from the world for 600 years due to the events of the last campaign. So this new campaign is, you guys had to start pretty much at level 0. No magic, no abilities. Hence the tragic death of Helga. Thinking about it, it's like I could have told that story like way better had I had a little bit more preparation and refreshed myself on the events. So, I'll have to think on that. I mean, we could do a retell of it way down the line when I'm more refreshed. We've had a little more time in the campaign. You know, good times. All right. So much dirt. All right. Looks like we're past peak of stream. Got some people dipping out, it looks like. But we were going to talk about our farmers market layout and how we want to do that. Let's drop off. Backup gearbox. Whoop. Let's go put this dirt away somewhere. Do we move the animals first, or do we kind of figure out where we want to put the farms first? Let's see. Boom, boom. Well, I shouldn't run out of dirt for a while. There we go. Alright, let's enter free cam mode. Okay. So that's where the farm sits, but the way I have it built is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots for things to come out, if I have it correct. So really, that is all that's going to be shown on the surface, because those are just to filter. We can create water paths and put things places. So moreover, is we would need to figure out how and where our roads go and how big we want this farmer's market. So I'm going to turn that off. Let's go move our animals, because they don't need to be in the farmer's market, unless you guys think they should. But I have been using golden carrots a lot, so I don't need the cows and pigs as much as I previously did. So I think by the library has been a good spot to keep them for now, because not quite exactly sure what to do over here, but I think we'll figure it out as we get the farmer's market more hashed out. So we'll do there, one for pigs, one for cows. You and you. Go put 2 pigs over here safely. Okay. And then we'll go resolve the other pigs. Oh, that one apparently still had a... I needed 2 of you. Perfect. Okay, you break the lead again. I'll find someone else. All right. Come on. Why are you being so resistant? Perfect. Now let's go get rid of this animal fence for the second time. Beef. That's what's for dinner. Well, that's a fun little glitch. There it is. All right. Sorry. You are not free to leave. Where did that rooted dirt come from? I have some rooted dirt. It's making sure I'm grounded. Alright, so let's go put our leather away. Put our beef away. Alright. Leather goes here. Leads go there. Rooted dirt apparently goes there. Carpet. We'll put you there. And oak fencing. All right. Let's go sleep it up and let's look at some roads and layouts. And how we want to have things. So let's grab some wool so we can lay some things out. Which means I'm going to want to buy some shears so we can move things around. All right, I'm gonna grab a stack of dark blue for our pathways. What color should we have booths? Let's go light gray. I think I want to bring that level up because having the farmer's market on a flat piece makes more sense, at least in my head. So let's bring this down. Yeah, let's just bring the whole level down. No. No, let's... Because the way I have this... All right. Yeah, let's do that. I think that'll be good. Okay. All right. We're going to fill in this so we have a flat plane for our farmer's market. Whoop. That's not what I wanted. I'm gonna have to go steal some dirt. Good thing I just dug a bunch of it up. All right. Okay, come on. There's a bat. Yeah, we might fill this whole thing in just because of where we have that road. No, I might go get different wools because we'll want to label which booths are what, because that would help us organize just a little bit better what we're doing. And I used that all up. All right. Away we go. Okay, drop this dirt off. Go shift our wools around. All right. Can still hear your pufferfish. Alright. Let's drop off the gray. We want brown for potatoes. We want yellow for wheat. We want red for beets. Where's my orange? Orange for carrots. Green for watermelon. Gray for pumpkins. Right, because those are the ones that we have. Although wheat's probably going to be fairly lackluster in production. But road-wise, I do think we had it built so this went out this way. Right there. And we could just come over and connect straight over here to our main road. Now the question is, do we curve around down here? Oh, let's look around. Alright, let's go find somewhere to sleep. Come back during the morning. Alright. I did not buy some shears. Let's go buy some shears. But MasterBowtie, you have an iron farm and can make some. I could. But it also gives these guys experience. Not a lot. But it gives them me experience to repair my items. Levels them up. Whatever. Alright. I'm gonna use blue. Let's think about like entrances to the farmer's market. Which I would say probably about here would be one of the entrances. So we could have let's see. I need to think about which chutes are which. I'm gonna look at the bottom here. That one is over here. would have to look at my... Almost want to say... This one's potatoes. So we might have our potato booth. We have a wagon, which is about 4. And put it here. Let's see. I need to go look at my wagon, see how big it is. I mean, we could probably just grab the materials and build one. Should we build a wagon real quick? Let's build a wagon real quick. We want dark oak trapdoors. Don't remember how many it took, so we're just gonna make a bunch. I know we have... I only need 4 of those for the wheels. We'll keep the extra. I need 4 of those. A lot more of those. So if we go right there. Let's see. Wheels went there. Yeah, that should be good. Come on. And then I do those lower, because I usually leave those down. Boom. Okay, there's our wagon, sitting right there. Turn that off, which means now for our tent, out right there, water stream comes up here. Okay. because we want this to be in the back. It flows up and enters up some chests here. Now, whether we make those visible, because we could have it covered up back here, and then we have the rest of our canopy here, right? So the villagers here, the stuff is here, these walls or barriers, however we do them, could probably drop out the corners. I think that'll give it a better kind of rounded look. So that's about how big a booth would look right here. We would have probably double chests, maybe stand it 2 big, maybe 3 big. There. This might have to come out because nope, I wanted the gray. Our hoppers would go there, and then we would do chests there, which would make those accessible. Yeah, okay. So that's about how big our booths would be. And our wagons, 2, if you want to count the trapdoors, 3 wide. So 4 wide, sorry. There they are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 long. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one I might have to sit on the side. So, melons. There. Water stream there. Hoppers there. Chest. Right? Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although we would need to move this over. Probably. Well, no. Wagon should be fine there. Let's switch those out for oak. There we go. So you would come in here, Watermelon's here, walk around, potatoes here. Oh, do I attempt a diagonal? Do I attempt a diagonal? Because the other thing I'm thinking about is leaving the center big and open, and actually we could turn it, make it like a mini parkour playset there or something, or just have decorations, hanging signs, banners. I don't know. I'll have to think on it. Thoughts, suggestions for anyone who's not lurking. Oh, I see my counter's not working. I'll have to... Because if I do a diagonal, it's like I kind of got to make that right now. And our collection needs to be straight. So our collection actually doesn't have to be straight. It could be like that. So if we would boom, 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 boom. Possibly, maybe. No, I think we need to shift it over because this would probably want to come boom, 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 boom. Or like that. That villager would be here. Ooh, I don't know. I think it could work. Or we could I actually think the way diagonal is, that needs to be there. Hopper's there. Chest could be there. Or there, and this could... could be like that. Bring that one over there. Which leaves very narrow space between tents, which is kind of how you would want it. Right? I think that'll do. Thoughts, opinions, lurks. Otherwise, I just could keep going. But I think that actually looks pretty good. Now for a wagon, we would need to have a wagon next to here, so it could go... go right there. Beets, potatoes, watermelon, carrot. So we still have carrots, pumpkins, and wheat. We still have 3 more. What do you think? Come down here and around here? Or do we continue to follow this? I think... yeah, I think I curve the next 3 over here. So one right here. We could double wagon here. I have this forward. There we go. That there, that there. There. That goes there. Might be laying down some purposeful short grass. Hence the reason why I'm collecting it. But we could have main entrance there. Or another entrance there. Oh. Trying to think of how I would want to do this. 4. Boom. That goes there. We'll just do another orange for pumpkins, because doing the gray would be confusing for the way we're laying things out. Alright, because it's 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I don't like that one there. That doesn't feel right. Almost feels like it should be or do we do another wagon in between like that? Let's see how that feels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope. Double wagon in between does not feel right. But that there. That feels better. Let's go sleep. Assess our layout. Maybe we're doing okay. Maybe we'll build a shop or two. So mostly square. Have a fun little diagonal one here. But for the most part, wanted to keep it fairly open. So we have pumpkins, wheat, carrots, watermelon, potatoes, and beets. These are wagons. So after that design, yeah, that leaves a fairly open thoroughfare there, with a side entrance here, main entrance being here. Right, and then we would have kind of our street come up this way. Maybe have it curve in just a little bit there. Nope, too far. Yeah, just have it dip in just a little bit there. And then continue on its merry way. Yeah, I'm liking that feel. That feels good. Now, thinking about it, I could build these, but I need to know where everything goes. So the colors are not actually coordinating with what goes where, because I need to build the farm first, know where our lines go, our feed lines. So what we could do is actually just build a bunch of chests and hoppers, make the chutes and feeders. I don't know. It's chicken egg problem right now. I got chicken egg problems. Okay. I also didn't leave for extra little decorations either. That's fine. Let's clean out our inventory just a bit. Leave our color wools where they are for the layout. Hence, this is why we built a wool farm pretty early on. Okay. That's okay. Here for any time is fantastic. We just got finished, kind of finished, deciding where things are. Again, wanting some second opinions is a little bit of what I'm looking for right now, just so I know if it feels right. Again, that being the key word, like, it feels good. You would go there, the layout isn't too crowded, too noisy. Because the next step is to move our beacon and dig out where the farm would be. So we got two main entrances here, or we have the main entrance, which is this side right here, this little curved road. We have booths, so these are wagons, these are booths, and we have a little back entrance right here. But this is our little farmer's market right here. Aerial view is kind of how it would look. So need to figure out where everything goes. If we turn on the farms, we can move it around. So let's, yeah, about right there is where we would put it, and then drop it down to where it needs to be. Which will need 5 villagers. Not cured. Cured doesn't matter. Okay. So line there. I think that's my wheat line. I have a line here, a line here, a line here. This is supposed to be for the wheat, but that's a whole ordeal. Do I? Not really. Okay. Drop that to about. Let's see. About right there. Guess what we need to do again? Move the beacon! Because we've got another big diggy hole. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure what to do with this one. But we got some good starts on some projects, so that gives some good inspiration and motivation for next steps. And for this project, I'll probably do all the shoreline, and then we'll start working on the underwater decorations. Alright, collect. Here we go. Why is my bucket empty? Alright. Oh, that's a beautiful temple. Got a lot of mobs, so we're gonna go sleep, clear them out. And start working on our next bit. All right. I mean, I could have left it there, but let's see. All right. Here we go. Boop. Aha! That would be good to know. Would like to know. There, have some seeds. There we go. Do. I mean, I'd be okay if you posted it in my stream Discord. For those who aren't in the loop that were in stream. Okay. Turn that. Oh, it was on. Turn that on. More D's. Then we might have to do some material gathering. There we go. Single layer so I can still see. Okay, that's our limit there. And let's find our limit this way. Oh. There's our limit this way. As far as I can tell. Yep, that's our limit there. Okay. And now a bunch of digging. I must have a cave nearby, because it's still daylight, so I don't know why zombies... go. Again, don't care about the stone. Just a lot of digging. A diggy stream. I did warn you guys. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need some beehives too. Curious, would you guys be interested in the materials for these farms? If I posted material lists. Heck, I'd be willing to share some of my schematics too if you guys were interested. I don't know how well those will share on Discord, but I'm okay sharing my designs. Some of my designs. I know, but sometimes there's some people who aren't interested in designing them themselves. Again, it's just a thought. I was just wondering if there's an interest there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lil Mo would be the one to ask. They seemed kind of interested in that stuff, possibly, but and that's fine. You don't have to do something to appreciate it. Like singing. The same thing can go for video games. You don't have to play it to appreciate it. Yep. I can't let it despawn. I don't know what it is about me, but I just can't let it. Call it my natural frugality or something. But I really don't like to waste. Even if it's virtual resources. There's our villager. Alright. If we break into that cave, well, I may not be able to get to it from underneath. And I can close that off, but you need some more chests. Okay. Well, we are getting close to wrapping up the stream for the day. So, those that are lurking, I'm going to open up a vote to talk about next stream. which is projected to be Thursday. So let me bring that up. What are you guys interested in next week or next stream? Yeah, what should we do next stream? Minecraft. And I'm gonna put survival. So here we can do Decked Out 2. Haven't played that in a while. We have other options, right? We could do you know what? I'll bring it up. Pathfinder. And for those who don't know what that is, that's D&D. We can talk about the world, what I'm doing. You guys could help me plan for next session, depending on who's in the audience. All right, because there's actually some things I would like some help with. World building, quest building, that kind of stuff. Are we interested in other games? What kind of games are we interested in? We could leave it to those three. Typically I would put software development, but there's not really anything I can think of that I would be in a position to develop right now that we could work on. So yeah, I think we'll stick with that. And I'll just go ahead and mine in the background while you guys check out the vote. What should we focus on next week? And the thing is, we're not limited to that. We can always shift midstream. So it's kind of, what are you guys interested in? And let's start there and go from there. Again, for those who are lurking, or those who just jumped in, feel free to vote. This is not limited to followers, subscribers, nothing. This is open vote for anyone. Everyone's able to vote. This is not limited. Love to get everyone's thoughts and input. Looks like Torgi is the only one that voted. Do I need to lengthen the timer on this? Looks like it's just Torgi's vote. Oh, there's little Mo. Good to see you. Guess you were lurking, which is fine. But definitely sprinkle stories. Yep, I get that. I can refresh myself on my old campaign and get some stories in, which might help with like understanding the world too of your campaign. Wow, where's... Oh, yeah. All right. Did my tool break? I think my tool broke. Let me check my code. I bet it did. Terminal. Yep. It broke. Let's... Hold on. I'm going to have to rerun that. Okay. It broke. But I got... We have a tiebreaker between survival and decked out. Hold on, let me do something real quick. Boom. Yep, there it is. Okay. So I'm gonna... So for Lil Mo, Decked Out 2 is actually a game built by Tango Tech in Minecraft. And it's vanilla. It's pretty crazy. But again, we're not limited. Doesn't mean we're just staying with that. We can always shift over. But those are just things we can do. Okay, hopefully the tools should be working this time. Torgi, I didn't understand that. I filtered it down. We got to the tiebreaker. Why not both? Again, it's what we start out with. We can do both. Like I said, doesn't mean we're restricted to the whole stream on this thing. We can do both. Alright. Okay, I guess we're gonna be jumping back in here on Thursday. Same time. Unless something dramatic were to happen, which I will inform you guys on the Discord if that is the case. Wait! I have a tool for this. I heard thunder. Come on, where's the mob? Alright. Do survival. But real quick, I want to use my trident real quick. Come on. Come on. Ah! Oh, it's over. All right. We had fun. But let's close this out. And we'll do it in my usual and favorite spot. But thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I think we had a very productive stream. A lot of holes dug, a farmer's market designed. I think we're doing great. Well, that's unfortunate. Not that there's much stored in there anyway. But thanks, guys, for joining me. We had a lot of fun. And until next time, God be with you till we meet again.